What's up, folks? Everyone's doing good. I'm a little late today. Woke up way later. I did a pretty late night yesterday and slept in for the first time in forever. So, been kind of chilling, watching some stuff on the movie industry, some game podcast, stuff like that, kind of hanging. Want to do something chill? It's weird because this is chill, but it's not chill. This would be a game I would just play to chill because I like it, but then I'm also dual playing, so it's like not chill. There's a lot of talking. But I don't want to start too many other games, so I think we're going to keep cranking it. Having a good time with it, for sure, but we will see. Gonna let the stream kind of warm up here a little bit. And then we'll get started proper. Just be hanging, checking some shit out here. Anyway, I think we can go ahead and get started. Sorry to check some shit there. Yeah, we'll just be chilling today. I thought about maybe dipping back into Unicorn, Overlord, or something else, just small, but small stuff I want to start. I'm either having issues with right now, or I need there's timing. Everybody's got all these different schedules, so it's hard to get certain things played at certain times, depending on if people had interest for a long time, so I just have to bite the bullet up. But anywho, oof, look at that playtime. This was my last replay, I think. 29 hours. Level 27 too. I'm really low level. But you get quite a few in the last zone, so. And we have quite a bit of game left. I'd say this is over halfway. But I think the end of the game is a bit more than you remember, usually. Games suck. I think when Goda did that Steam library thing that he was trying to prep for, it actually removed the old one. I don't know if we're going to be doing any of those now. Which is totally fine. I mean, that was just a cool thing in the first place. But I'd have to scramble up some other stuff. Well, you have pizza time. I could do it that way, I guess. But yeah, some of those are gonna be hit on the long back burner now, because I'm gonna have to. Game Pass or deep sale some of those. We'll see how it works out. I'm not too worried about it, but I was going to try to make a scramble in the next week or two to do a bunch of those, but that'd be fun. Anywho, that's not what this stream's about, I guess. This is about sub 30 FPS Switch games here. Anywho, we are Kill All Key, which is gonna be a metric pain in the ass. Do a play here. Any 60 FPS Switch games? Well, you'd hope. Maybe that's the reason, right? Maybe it's not that they couldn't make this a 60 FPS remake of a game that's ancient, but they chose not to. Because they wanted to keep it in line with the rest of them. We should be thinking. There's such consistency. So anyway, Kill All Key, this is going to be a really long chapter, probably one of the longer ones I'm feeling. Because it is mostly gameplay. Very light on story, not easy to dodge almost anything. So this will probably be most of today's chapter. We'll see that for sure. I don't think I've ever seen two of that item together. No way. Everything's very aggressive. Kill All Key. I'm gonna check for items in the new version and then because I have a little room to gain some XP on this version, and then we're gonna just grab that shit and get the fuck out of here. I don't know if any of these trees have anything, but Who knows, we might not actually even do this all day today. So this has been a fun little project. Honestly, I feel like we might need a break just for a day, just because it's a lot. Let me come back to it. How late are you up these days, Sam? This is one of the most annoying screens right here. Trying to dodge this shit. It's fucking a nightmare, dude. Assuming about the same as usual. The poison. These are annoying to block too. Just for killing this guy. Yeah, this area's gonna be a lot of back and forth. So, less of a side by side and a little bit more of a room by room here on this one. Trying to line up the text and stuff, but really though, I mean, we're gonna see these rooms so many times throughout this playthrough that we get plenty of chances to look at them. Alright. I wonder if there's any weird hidden, oh god, this little dude, man. I don't know if there's any weird hidden blocks I need to worry about. This guy's actually just keeps to himself, surprisingly. Well, Thunder Rage is good. But yeah, where this chapter is going to be slow. I think chapter 6 will be pretty quick because it's mostly dialogue. Fresh item. This is the side I actually need to get into more fights on. Like I said, I should be really going through this side first, probably. That's more hidden now. Oh, they have a much slower animation. Huh? I'm dodging like it's on the left side. They're actually much slower. Which is interesting. But yeah, mostly it's just a lot brighter. Like the rest of the game. Tropical Island being more sun-drenched. Not the worst possible way for this art style to pan out. But it is a little obnoxious. All the rocks do look a little cheesy, but... Oh shit. Shortcut. Okay, that's good. Yeah, this is one of the spots. Like I said, you see this spot a lot, so that's actually going to help quite a bit. Not just because of the fall here, but because we're going to have to run through this again after this. We're going to have to run back. We're going to have to run back again. Maybe even another time in the same area. And then we're going to have to do it again for Francesca and Frankie. And then we do the Excess Express chapter, so chapter 6. This is a very welcome addition, I would say. Probably want to hold on to that. You know what, let's go ahead and use this. Because I am doing so little fights, or trying to anyways. A little bit more item use I should be liberal with. This should be Bobbery. Holy. And now we gotta run back again. Oh, I didn't answer the question last night about the XP gain. Oops. Somebody asked last night about whether or not the XP felt like it was made up for on the right. I would say they haven't changed that. But the game always had a scaling XP system. Once you get too many fights, you don't get much XP, right? So you generally, unless you try to skip every fight very well too, and it's hard because it's a lot of hallways, you end up near 30-ish, no matter what. I would be surprised if the new version, I wouldn't be surprised if the new version maybe you're like 26, 27, but you could go fight for a couple minutes and get everything back. And if you do any of the pit, which is a lot more approachable now, I mean, you get a lot of XP there. So. work here, I guess. He's a little low. Fucking end coupon. I don't need an end coupon in the new one. They were pretty useless in the first place. Now they're beyond useless. The excess money you have, even with increased prices on stuff, you get so much. So you do need one of these coconuts at a time. I'm gonna go ahead and drop a fire flower. Just please leave. I don't think we need two, but I'm not gonna take any chances. I think adding more item slots isn't a horrible thing. But only if the game is kind of balanced around it a bit. Having items be a more usual kind of part of the strategy. It's something you either never use in these or only use in emergencies. And honestly, I've only been using it even a little bit this playthrough because we're trying to speed shit up and avoid fights. So. Really much of a thing. I think for how little really you need a lot of this kind of stuff. I feel like you only need one coconut, but I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna get rid of. Probably courage. I've literally never used some of these items, ever. Maybe they're better than I give them credit for, but... yeah, they definitely do this startup to make the Yoshi platforming easier. But once you get used to it, it's just fine. What makes it hard is actually swapping between the two. Oh, I totally forgot to equip the ice powder on the other side. Alright, so yeah, this area, I mean, you can see for yourself, they look pretty similar. It's the sun-drenched look. They still have, I think the more drawn, like in paint style of the background is a little bit more out of place on the right side because of all the high fidelity-ness of the rest, but I mean, it's pretty much the same shit. Or not the same shit, the same story. That's what we've had going for a while here. Yeah, I don't know if hitting a lot of these... I'm sure there's stuff in some of these trees, but... I couldn't tell you. I don't think I usually check all the trees. For pretty good reason. A lot of extra effort. What's up, Cactus? do an art attack on the left. You can see the lag where I'll pull back and it's like way late. That's like the delay we're working with. That's me like immediately pulling back. So that's been trying for sure. It's gonna do it here too. Holy Christ. This is just like, this feels faster. I don't think it actually is, but the low FPS makes stuff like this really chunky when you go back and forth between them. Art attack's always been good, yeah. It's just really expensive. But I mean, if you nail your styles, it's good. Where art attack sucks is against gigantic dudes, but against small guys you can just circle them all real quick. I mean, per SP, Tremor's probably better and handles most guys if you max it, but yeah, it's pretty good. Like I said, it's not going to be as useful in bosses. Like Cortez would be hard because you have to circle the whole fucking screen. But yeah, it's good still. As you get a bigger crowd and hopefully nail your styles, I mean, I've always liked it. Back. Funny enough, we dodge them on the right when I actually need less fights on the right now. Let's actually run it. I want to buy the warrior thing, but honestly, probably want to fight just less in general, more than anything. We got a lot of fights, man, ahead of us in this place. Change this fight unless it's random. Yeah, art attack's pretty good. Yeah, it's just the same old story, like, this one sounds more like the original music, obviously with the twist, but like the original battle music, but it's still kind of just this generic kind of Island Safari feeling music. Okay, never mind, that fight doesn't change at all. Like, it gets the job done, but it's like, and I appreciate that it's new. I don't think that would ever be like a memorable track. You're never gonna think back on that track, right? it's workman. It feels like it, you know, it matches the island aesthetic and stuff, and then you kind of just forget about it, right? And that's good for a good game, but I mean, I feel like that was kind of, you know, it's a game that's considered an all-timer, right? And I feel like in part because of some memorable tunes, it's just not very fun. Yeah, I mean, I think you could. I mean, I think, you know, there's plenty of room for the original to have more battle tracks. But yeah, having the same quality or catchiness as the original would have been nice. I mean, some people don't care or hold a candle for the old music. You know, whatever on that front, I guess. So they probably feel a little different about at least just having more variety, but I do think it's a huge part of its identity and the style of it, the kinds of sounds they use, and, you know, focus on loud, catchy melodies and stuff like that. I feel like was a big deal to at least what they were going for. And this doesn't even do that. So I mean, regardless of if you even just like the original music, there's an intent and an execution that they just kind of throw away in the new stuff in favor of something just more generic. Especially compared to your average Paper Mario nowadays, like that's very much what they already do, right? It feels very Origami King or something. And in the grand scheme of a lot of music, a lot of it's just kind of boring. It's not, I mean, it's like, it's got production value. It's clearly got budget. I'm sure a lot of effort was gone into it, but it's a lot of effort's gone into something that's just kind of like, you know, we're going to do a generic metal song, or, you know, we're going to do the island music. And I mean, like, that's can be fine. It can be a great game, and which it is with that music in it. I don't think it like ruins the game. It's still 1,000 Year Door, but, you know, it's not about whether it ruins it. It's about whether it's the, you know, better experience or is worth doing, you know. And that's kind of how most of this is. Like, are all the script changes going to kill it? No. Do they need to happen? Do they ruin a little charm? Yes. You know. Well, they didn't need to happen, but they do fuck with some of the charm, you know. Are some of the visuals better? Yes. Are some of them worse? Yeah. And maybe they should have thought about that, you know, especially for the price. So that's kind of just, I think, my stance on the whole thing so far. You know, it's still 1,000 Year Door, and I think if you're very far removed from playing it, you probably don't give a fuck because you don't even notice, because it isn't giant problems, but that's not what this playthrough's about. No. We're not looking at under a do you just play it and forget about it and it's okay light. We're looking at it as comparing a great, you know, comparing it on a micro level. The intent, because I mean, when they're making these games, it's over a long period of time, and they're thinking about every one of these choices, or you hope that, right? You know, why can't we talk about it that way? So, and that's what we're doing. So, I just say that because I feel like maybe that some of you kind of maybe get the nitpick argument and stuff. I think I've been pretty clear about overall. I think it's a pretty relatively faithful, solid enough remake, with some improvements. Really good improvements that I feel like have had a deft hand, but also with some choices that are pretty bad, that don't sound or look good, that I think betray the intent of the original, or at least what was enjoyable about them on the player side. So, like, whoa. So this is somebody who made possible locating the original instrument samples from workstation keyboards and drum machines. Oh wow, this is neat. Yeah, see, I think this is really interesting, and this is what's neat about this is the GameCube's not going to have that kind of loss of audio quality like a SNES would, right? They don't need to fit as much on there. I mean, maybe they'd have to fit a bit. I mean, you get the famous example of SMT3 needing to compress all the songs, and, you know, they become a much more kind of grungy and kind of muted because of that. But I feel like when you get up to GameCube, there's less need for that kind of thing. Maybe they can't handle completely uncompressed, goofy audio like nowadays, and games are like 100 gigabytes, but you know, relatively just like acceptable levels of compression. So it's like when you get something like that, which like restores it, you know, you can just upgrade it because it's literally the same thing, but just like, you know, a cleaner version, unless, you know, they always intended it. Kind of like with old CRTs where they make graphics fit for a CRT and you can't really improve that correctly because it's not made for modern displays and shit. Where in this, it's like, it's fine the way it is. There's nothing to improve. So they just kind of change it to change it. And it's more about intent and the soul and what they were going for and all that in the first place. Because it's like, you can just put the original music in here. They have, right? And that's pretty much the best you could do because the original music doesn't have any big problems. Like if you add more content, you have to add more songs. You could add more songs in general, more variations of battle tracks and stuff in the same vein. But yeah, it seems more like they wanted to do their own thing, and it's like, oh, go make Origami King 2, man. Like, this isn't that, you know, this isn't their thing exactly, right? No matter who owns the IP, it's like, it's good if you want to do your own thing to make sure everything else is included, but yeah, this is not a reimagining, so I feel like such a departure in music and the intent of the music. Like I said, stuff like Macho Grubba, it doesn't even, like, you can't even hear the parts that were the focus of the song in this one, that were in the focus in the original. Like, it's not even attempting to kind of even go for some of the same feel. I get that it might just sound different. They might try to just spice it a different way, but like, you know, it's focused on the same melodies or sounds, or some of the, I feel like some of the percussion and stuff hits like, I feel like it's like louder, it hits deeper or whatever. I don't know how to explain that in music terminology. In this, everything's kind of like more washed out, kind of dull. I've been trying really hard to keep the audio balance similar between the two as well. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I find the attempt at making more tracks and variations like admirable, because sure, there's room to add more tracks, why not? But I don't think there was much care put into fitting it into that neat sound and style of the original game, where I do think they have had some care and stuff to fit in certain things like sprites, quality of life changes, like the shortcuts and all that. They didn't go overboard. They didn't just cut it all out. They didn't make it so you didn't have to backtrack once or twice in Creepy Steeple. You still have to do it 3 out of 6 times. And you still have to go through most of the castle itself again too. Yeah. What was the battle theme variations could have been amazing, but they aren't. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. I like the intent of it. I just don't think they capture any of the quality or the style or anything of the original. It's not that they couldn't like make it sound a little different, but have some of the same style. The thing is, I think with music in general, there's less room for that, especially when you get into the later generations that don't have like sound limitations, right? Like, you don't just like make a crispier version. Electronic music's still really popular. Stuff using samples and synths on old, like, you know, keyboards and stuff, it still exists. It's still like a kind of music. It's not like old. It's not like, you know, like fucked, right? Like making an NES song into like something newer, you know, that, you know, sure. And even then, it's like people like chiptunes, right? I mean, So it's one of those deals. I feel like graphics age a little bit more, but even then, I mean, some of that's in vogue still. So even that's not true. It's just one of those things that when you get to this point, this generation, when you're not having as many limitations on audio, what do you do in a remake to improve it? Right? And they really don't usually. They either leave it just in there, which they should do, or they just kind of fiddle with it. These aren't things that people just thought about over dinner real quick and then they shout it out because it's old. Like, people put a lot of thought probably into this music. Like at Persona 3 is a good example. They just kind of fiddle with the soundtrack, and a lot of the songs just don't hit as good. There's certain sounds that are quieter that shouldn't be. Certain parts of the arrangement that are overbaked. I think overall there's some cool new stuff in there. And it still is the same soundtrack, but like the more subtle parts that hit better, right? That really turn it from good into like great. I think that's kind of this whole remake. They just kind of, they're kind of tarnished a little bit, right? And that's kind of the realm I feel like I'm like arguing about and talking about. I'm not saying everything's a huge deal, but in the grand scheme of all these things that come out, all this media, like what makes something like good to like one of the best? And it's like every little thing working together, despite faults and stuff. Some things just hit hard enough, or are just a bigger part of the experience. Like, like the board in this game's always sucked, right? But like, you just ignore the board a lot of the time. It's not a huge part of the experience, right? Or something like the music is always there. So it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm talking about these, the more subtle heights, and that kind of makes something an all-timer versus something that's just okay or just good, right? And I feel like this music is like okay, good, it's like, it's definitely got the budget. It's got enough variety, which I respect. But it doesn't have the quality factor or the memorability that made Thousand Year Door like what it is, right? It's like what you're saying is like they could be good. It's a good idea. It just doesn't have the execution, right? They're boring. They're just kind of like they're not bad songs, but we're sitting here comparing it to something that, is truly solid, truly memorable. That's always considered like such a good thing. And sure, some of that's going to come from nostalgia and bias. I'm not going to pretend this isn't like a childhood game kind of thing to me, but I think to just disregard all of that, and I'm just straw manning somebody here. Nobody's like come up and said that I could give two fucks. I mean, come in here and talk about it. if you are watching this and you want to talk about it, more than argue in good faith, but yeah, it's just one of those deals where. I'm not talking 10 to 0. I'm talking like 8 to 10, that kind of range, right? 9 to 10, like what makes that? Yeah, like keep the style. Like Grubbas is still focused on almost like an industrial hip hop beat. It has the focus on the same melodies and the same kind of like percussion hits. But they like mix it up a little bit, maybe they add a little bit of shit. Maybe it's a different kind of instrumentation, but like it's still got the same focus. Like obviously you listen to the original, this isn't the best probably song for it, but there's a lot of like sound used through the whole soundtrack that's shared. I've been bringing this up a lot of the same samples and sounds. Was it from limitations? Maybe. I feel like in the GameCube they probably had a little less on that front. But they make it work, and it's clearly got like moments where they add new things. Like Grubbas does, yeah, like Rockhawks does have like a more meaty like electric guitar thing that you don't hear in many songs. Right? It's not like that they only could use certain things. Like there's clearly like an intent, whether it was mostly through limitation or not, to have some of these kind of more wacky, zany kind of sounds and samples and synths used through like all of the tracks. It sounds very gamey, but that's not, why is that a problem, right? Like, so it's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things, like, even if it was, like, you gotta wonder, is, like, even if it was, like, the same composers, like, way later, I mean, does that change something? I guess it would. I mean, your intent can change over time and might end up better or worse, but, it's one of those things, like, I think if it was, like, the same people and they just wanted to try something different, like, that's fine. And, I mean, maybe that's the intent of, you know, maybe that's just up to the creator, but that argument I would say more is like, man, you know, this is the first time anybody's going to experience your game or something, right? Like, are you just bored and want to do like a novelty thing, or do you think it's really the best way to experience the game? Because like I said, a lot of people, this is going to be their first time, so that's another argument, I guess. Like, it's cool to just mix it up, but it's like, I don't want to listen to the remixes of a song for the first time, right? I don't want to play a remix of something, or like somebody's YouTube fan version of a movie for the first time. I respect it. I think it's cool. People should pursue whatever creative endeavors they want. Try a different take on something. Do a reimagining. But like, for like something that's marketed as a remake, that a lot of people are going to be playing something for the first time. You know, there's enough here for somebody who's played it before. You don't. It doesn't need like a like a bunch of goofy post production and over the top soundtracks to keep you entertained. Like, there's too many games out there for like needing to play the same thing slightly different for $60, right? I'd rather just be personally just focused on being like the best version of the game, with as many upgrades and accessibility things as you can get. And, you know, able to be on as many platforms and run as good as you can for the indefinite future, more than I care about having like a refresher. I'll just go play something in the same genre. I'll play a sequel, you know. You know, it's fine. It's fun to do here and there, like a Master Quest, but, you know, nobody's replacing Master Quest on their, you know, their favorites out of like Ocarina of Time and that, right? It's a novelty. And I feel like a game like this deserves more than just being like a novelty for like old nostalgia fans, right? Like, I just want it to be the best version it can be, and you just start replaying it, right? Or a reimagining, right? So I think this music borders more on novelty music. The new music, it definitely feels like more gimmicky. It's to justify a full price. It's to give it the air of being a bigger remake than it really is, right? Listen to all this budget, listen to all these different genres, listen to how hard it goes. It's so big, it's so, you know, this is such a big remake, it's such a grand remake, you know. And some people don't give a fuck. I mean, people just would probably hate what I'm saying, but I mean, that's just how it comes across to me. I also don't think most people probably give as much shits in general. That's more of a lack of probably just caring than really, I feel like, a disagreement. Like I said, this is for people who want to dig into this and discuss the merits of remakes and the merits of all the little choices they made in this. So. I just add some bongo drums to it for fun. Yeah, it's like maybe you could do something like that. Or maybe you just think you shouldn't do anything. Like I said, the original is kind of it's very stylized in a way when you think about it. When you compare it to all of this more traditional, like big orchestral or, you know, more traditional like metal kind of cover sounds and stuff, it sounds much more distinct. It sounds gamey, we would say, because there was more stuff kind of like this back in the day. But nowadays, I feel like, you know, you don't get stuff that really does sound like probably the original soundtrack as much. I don't even consider the original soundtrack. It's not like some high art of music or anything, but it definitely added a lot to its the charm and shit. I feel like people undersell what it brought to the table. Now, I'm talking about that all in like on a very like certain scale where I'm just comparing the two there. You can play the original music in this, so I don't think it's a huge deal at the end of the day. Most of that other stuff I'm talking about is stuff that can be changed, right? And the argument that, you know, maybe they should probably just give you the nostalgia badge immediately. They kind of, you know, they don't hide it, but they kind of, you know, it's not there immediately. It's not in a chest literally in front of you. They don't just have somebody hand it to you. You know, frankly, could totally, when he's introducing badges, to give you the nostalgia badge, right? They go out of their way to put it in a shop that never is introduced to you. So, I think it makes the most sense, right? It's an optional little badge, but I think out of like just respect for the quality of the original and the feel and the tone, and that the music is still good, I'd prefer it for new players, right? That option is right there, right then, very obvious. And then it's pretty upfront that the new music is going to take a lot of liberties and it's going to change a lot of tones. And I think that's cool. It's like just a different take, but I don't think it's a replacement. So my shoulder hurts so that I like stretched my arm a bunch. Right, yeah. And then, I mean, you get in the new Donkey Kong countries, they do different takes on aquatic ambience, and they're cool. They're fine. I like them. They're not replacements. They're like different takes in a different game, and it's very obvious. They're not trying, it's the same composers too, so it's like they're not like trying to, you know, it's not somebody's first play of DKC1, it's somebody's playing Tropical Freeze with a nod to the original, right? It's a very different intent. And a context, right? So I think it's fine having this soundtrack. I don't like it. I think it betrays all of the fucking intent of the original and the charm that it brings. Some songs get close. Some are maybe argue better at times, and I feel like some of Chapter 2's were fine. Maybe some of the haunted areas were fine. And a couple of the new ones aren't too bad, but, you know, I think it's fine for them to do it as long as there's an option to have the original and it's more apparent. The problem is they're not just doing it to do it out of just pure artistic merit. And I'm sure when they made these, of course, they were not just like churning them out on a production line. They probably put a lot of thought into it and do have some kind of like love for the original, but all of that's going to translate into price, and that's where I don't like it. If this game didn't have this soundtrack, could you argue the $60 is readily? It's already a tough buy for some people. I've had people come in here and say it's too expensive, right? Overall, I think it's selling really good, and I hope it does, honestly, just because I want more Paper Mario like this, and I think people should want to play this, even in this way. Because I think it's a totally acceptable way to play it for the first time. I think you lose a little bit of that hit that made it as good as it was between some of the script changes and visuals, and especially if you leave the music in. But the problem is, like, this soundtrack, I would imagine, just like with the 31 lighting people, probably is part of why it's $60. Now, is it $60 because they did it? Or did they do it because it needs to be $60? I would say it's probably the latter. I would say, I think that's kind of a typical remake thing. You overbake stuff, you fiddle with stuff enough to make it look like it's a bigger production than it is, so that you could justify a very high price to make probably quite a bit of cash, right? This game was not going to be in pre-production, I'm sure, forever. I mean, I'm not a game developer, I'm not in there. But you gotta imagine something with the level design done, something with the story done, something already translated, something with, you know, the art direction already mostly intact, with the combat the same, the balance is pretty much the same. You know, you're just making tweaks that like modders do, right? And then you add in like a whole new soundtrack and a visual style, and you recreate all the assets from scratch. But I mean, you've got a blueprint for every single one of them. That's probably a lot cheaper than your average $60 game. So, you know, should it cost 60? And it's like, how do you justify that 60 still and make that kind of margin? It's like, well, you do stuff like add in a huge orchestral over-the-top soundtrack to make people feel like they're popping off in this big huge thing, you know, at all times. Or you add in like a shitload of modern lighting baked in everywhere, which some of it's good, and then some of it makes Mario look like he's radioactive. So it's like it's I feel like a result of wanting it to be $60 more sometimes than I feel like it has artistic merit. Some of that's just me making shit up. I mean, I'm not the devs, but I can talk about it. And I think it's interesting at the minimum. I mean, I get entertainment out of sitting here and doing this, but and I'm not saying they didn't put in effort. I mean, there's people who fucking take statements like that, and I feel like just imagine them as something that I'm not. They aren't. I'm just saying that there is a lot of it done, right? Like this would not take as much as making it from scratch with the same production value. It just wouldn't. Metroid Prime wasn't 60. Yeah, I think, well, what we're seeing is them just continuously pushing the boundaries, right? Mario's got the sway. This game is beloved enough. It's in a period of time, because this game's been in the vault for over a year, is what the rumor is. Same with Fire Emblem 4. Same with Metroid Prime 2 and 3. They've been done for years now. They're just sitting there. That's what Nintendo does. And then they release them at opportune times. This is a slow year. It's a shitload of remakes. It's a lot of Mario. It's, you know, Switch 2's next year. We don't know how much they've got. We're going to probably find out in June what's coming for the rest of the year. You know, it's Mario. People love Thousand Year Door. This is a good time. We want to make a little money. Why 50 when you could do full price, right? So, and it is full price. I've been saying that, but I'm pretty sure this is like full price. Let me double check. I mean, even if it was just 50, I mean, that's still. That's just what I've been told. Although they do charge 70 for stuff like that, or the new game, like Tears of the Kingdom and shit. Yeah, it's 60. Okay. Yeah, so it just depends. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, on a personal level, it's like, if I just, you know, I would rather just have an improved version of the original at an affordable price. I'd be more interested in buying that. Something I could always go back to play instead of, you know, having to whip out my GameCube or something. But yeah, it's like $60 and then a bunch of like questionable changes to justify it. That might be fine for a nostalgia grab, or someone who's not as invested in Thousand Year Door, which is fine. You just want to do a little replay. You just want like a new take on it, just a little bit, right? This is a new flavor of Thousand Year Door, right? Like a new Mountain Dew for the week kind of thing. But that's not as much what I'm interested in. I think pushing those prices. yeah, for what you're getting and for what's changed and stuff is a little rich for my blood. I mean, it's not like you're forced to buy it. That's the argument. You'd be like, well, there's $500 League of Legends skins. I'm like, yeah, okay. Then everything should be $499 because there's something like slightly higher. It's just one of those things like, you know, just because one thing's bad doesn't mean another thing isn't either. Or within its own context, it is bad, right? Like compared to other remakes, you know. But I think with remakes, you just kind of keep pushing the boundaries and, you know, what can you get away with charging? I think this is a test a bit. Not even a test. I feel like stuff like Mario All-Stars was a test. Limited availability. How little they could actually do and how many people would buy it. The power of their brands and stuff. Like I said, I mean, look at Atlas, right? Persona 3 Golden PC. They didn't do many PC ports. It was $20 for an upgraded little port on PC. Super reasonable comparatively. What was one of their next releases? SMT3 for like 50 to 60 bucks. With like a few little changes, right? The port as well. And DLC. So it's like they test it once, they're like, okay, yeah, this is a pretty viable market. Let's test it on the higher end. And then now it's like, you know, we're going to push that angle as more we can. And I feel like this is kind of, yeah, they get away with it. Was Mario RPG full price too? Was Link's Awakening full price? A new game? Yeah, I mean, a new game for sure. I mean, even just on those crowds, it's like, it's one thing if this is already to remake, like a full reimagining. Where barely anything's like the same except the spirit of the thing and some of the general skeleton of it. But it's not a reimagining. That was 40? Okay. I don't know about Mario RPG, though. I don't think, was that full price or is that 40, 50 as well? It was 50. It's funny, if you don't grab the coconut, you have to go do another full backtracking trip. They show you the jewel again, just to remind you it exists. There's little things like that I think like nobody notices without doing a playthrough like this, and that's where I feel like sometimes they're actually, you know, they've made some decent choices. Like they show you the jewel again so it reminds you about certain stuff like that probably, so that when you do the riddles and stuff maybe it helps. Because it's been a bit. I think there's little moments like that that don't really hurt the experience at all. And sometimes they're hand-holdy, but usually it's just kind of like a more clever thing, because they haven't talked about it in a while. Now, it's been a long time since I played this for the first time. I don't remember how difficult it is to remember that Flavio fucking exists with the gem and the slightest, but... you know. So here's one of the new changes. I think this is a good one. Ooh, but we got in a fight anyways, because I was trying to dodge that fucking annoyingly placed guy. Honestly, we need to do a fight. You can. No, you can. That's why I don't think it's a huge deal. You absolutely can. You have to find a badge though in a shop. It's not given to you. It's not like super obvious. You might not even go to the shop if you're not super invested in stuff like that. Yeah, no, you absolutely can. Which is why I don't think that the soundtrack's a huge deal. But your average Joe's not gonna go find that badge. They're not gonna use it. Right? For first players, it's like I wish they would make it a bit more obvious. I am just talking about the soundtrack on its own merits. But no, they do put that in. If they didn't put it in, I'd be much more negative about this. I'm on Keel Hall Key right now. Chapter 5. Yeah, you should just get it at the same time when they teach you about badges or something, but no, they don't do that. Alright, we're gonna do some dodging here. We don't have the quality of life upgrade. Where are you at right now? Your Yoshi's a different color? Yeah, because of, so to get the blue Yoshi, the white Yoshi, you have to get to the boss. At 19 to 20 minutes. My God. From when you got the egg. And then if it's past 20 minutes, it rolls back to green, and then it restarts for every 20 minutes. So on the left, I was slightly slower because I'm not playing truly synced, right? I think it rolled over back to green, or I guess I got lucky and got the blue one. 19 to 20 minutes, dude. I need a fucking, I'm fucking got weird delay or what? This part always sucks, man. I hate this fucking part. This is a good change. I think I got rid of this. I have to do it once. The original game, I've had to redid a glitch bit fight twice because I forgot one of the fights. If you put the Koopas on their back, they do like 6 damage AOE. Fuck, dude. Playing this with slight lag is a pain. So I got team wiped. Oh my Jesus. There's a reason they got rid of this shit, dude. Lazy about HP. Yeah, I don't upgrade HP. I just wait until I get a badge to give me more HP. Oh, I died to an Amazing Daisy in the original too. I just did 20 damage. So I had to go back a good ways. And I forgot to get the Shine Sprite in the original, but I did get it in the new one. But because I thought I got it in the... Because I got it in the new one and I thought I also got it in the original, so I had to go all the way back to the forest again too to keep these synced up. Oh yeah. Yeah, I usually don't see Amazing Daisies, so I forgot how much HP they had, and then it just killed me. You've been having fun though, man? No. New quality of life. is they created the pipe to the warp room, which is the warp room's new in Rogueport. They lowered the respawn rate on stuff in Bogley Woods. They added a pipe to Hooktail's castle if you pick up the badge, which they didn't add anything else. So when you go get Miss Mouse, it's still, you have to run through the entire dungeon. Which really pissed me off last night because I had to do it twice. They added a jump in this area to skip having to go through that part you just saw me do. They added the pipe in chapter 4, which was a big deal, which saves 3 backtracks. Since he runs all the way back to his castle. Yeah, if you do all the troubles, and you have to go back there again to upgrade your partners to double too, but it's just on the bottom. They love you going to Hooktails, yeah. So they add some quality of life. I think they're pretty careful about it, and they put it where it really needs to be. Clearly some of this backtracking was there to kind of squeeze a few extra hours back in that era where hours meant everything. But yeah, they changed a lot of the script. I don't remember what all the original Japanese is, but they just made some of that more clear, I guess, or what have you. I think in the original translation, they kind of just... I think in the original Japanese, it's more of like a gimmick. And then they kind of just schmooze it in the original translation, and now they try to make it more of like a clear thing at the time. So I don't even remember what the dialogue really was. Comparing these two, sometimes I'll pay more attention to one, and I'll sometimes miss some shit, but it's all there, I guess, to see. But no, they change a lot of the script. I think it still gets the general meat of everything across, but there's actually quite a few changes. Some are really questionable. The word lunatic tends to get taken out anywhere it's been. No fat shaming. Nobody calls Mario's a little less. There's some people are a little less rude. Stuff like Mario doesn't burp in one, but then he calls himself a doof in the new version and shit like that. It's a lot of small stuff, but it definitely adds up. Some stuff I don't mind. Some stuff I think is probably just the original translation. Like the original was a frog in Hooktail's castle, the original Japanese, so they changed that back and messed with some sound effects. The cricket was always a 2000s era NOA thing, so Mario's a hog. Yeah, I like that they still talk him up at least. And he still has a lot of his funny lines, but they get rid of some of it. He's a little sterilized. It's not an Origami King level of sterilization across the board, because I feel like the script is too important to Thousand Year Door to make like super sterile. The writing charm is a lot of the appeal, but they do change a fair bit of shit. There's stuff that's inconsequential. There's fourth wall stuff in this chapter where they talk about your TV screen. Obviously, because it has a handheld variant nowadays, they just say your screen. So there's a lot of just that. Or trying to modernize some of the joke. But anytime I notice they put their own original stuff in there, it's very unfunny and kind of stands out. Like the doof line. It sounds kind of just shitty. And then they'll change some other stuff. Some of the Luigi shit where it just doesn't even make sense anymore. Because they wanted to avoid certain things. You know, they want to change it, whatever. But, yeah, what they replace it with ends up being kind of... not really funny or really interesting dialogue. But it's not a big deal, but also, I mean, they decided to do a lot of those changes, so it's worth talking about. Yeah, Flavio's the same. He's good. He's got music now. His little song actually has like a jingle to it, which is one of the probably the actual good audio changes I like. This Boom Bossa Boom Festival. Oh yeah, so there's a good. We just saw one there. Yoshi calls him a nutcase in the original. He calls him a bozo in the new one. They've done that a lot. Everything that involves nut or nutcase has been changed. People being called dog gets changed. Like with King K. Stuff like that. There's just like, you know, I think it's one of those things where like if anything ever possibly could be slightly like like it's I don't know if it's just like they're just making it more accurate, or is it maybe to someone somewhere it's offensive, they like try to get rid of it. But the thing is, there's still a lot of shit talking. It's I have no idea. It's very inconsistent at times. Is it a big deal? Does it lose the feel? Are some of these terms just kids just don't know them anymore? Yeah, probably. It's one of those. Who knows? Based Bobbery. I don't know about this Bobbery theme. Does this scream Bobbery to anyone? Like a crusty old sea sailor? If they were gonna make themes for everybody, could they at least have like been themed around the character a bit? Like this is just a random ass metal song. Like what does this sound like Bobbery? At least make it sound like a shanty or like he's like a fucking sailor stereotype, really. Like he's not like he's some fucking metal guy. Like I mean that would be fun in other games, but like Mario stuff, it tends to be very themed around the character in like a more like obvious way. Like this isn't even close. Like this sounds like a joke. Like that this isn't Paper Mario at all just sounds fucking bizarre. It sounds like I'm playing my own music over it, right? Like if you just came in here and didn't even know at all that like there was a remake of this game, like if it was just this and I was just playing Paper Mario, you'd be like, why are you playing your own fucking music? You know? You'd have no fucking idea. It doesn't sound anything like it should be in this game. And like I said, there's some games that do that. The music's just all sorts of shit. And that's like kind of part of the style. And maybe there's some thought put into it, but you know, that is the thought. And this is, I feel like there's barely any thought put into it. Yeah, this is probably one of the most egregiously unfitting songs. And there's been a lot. Sometimes I just want to put the original music on, but we gotta ride it out, man. I feel like a broken record, dude. I say the same thing every song. Oh my god, I don't want it all to be shit, but it's like, Jesus, dude. Like, this is like the most generic, like fucking just whatever, like game metal song. Like maybe this works in its own thing, you know. It just does nothing here, dude. Been using him for a while. Need to upgrade him. Oops. I get the advice. Yeah, it just sounds kind of like junk, man. Actually do that fight. I'm behind on XP on the new one. They nerfed these guys so much that it fucks me up. These guys have a way longer time before they actually start attacking you. Which is probably for the best because they were always really hard to dodge. But I was getting it good on the left, and then I come into this one, and they have like a half-second pause before they attack, you know? And it fucks me up, dude. Because I'm expecting... Because I'm expecting the instant bullet. Growl at you like an angry jungle beast. There's other downgrades too, like not being able to fast forward through the text and backlogs of texts and stuff like that as well that are just bizarre to be gone. And the general speed of battle slowed down by needing to collect all the star points and shit after every attack. Those there's no change for. I don't know what they're thinking there. They don't affect a whole lot unless you're just kind of doing a replay, but they were nice and they were there before. Flavio time. Now They added kazoo during the song because Flavio's with you now. Great. Because Flavio wasn't funny enough. It was, he has to have the kazoo. In case you fucking couldn't get it. An annoying kazoo too. That would be awesome, man. Imagine all these guys is such a pain. So I want to spend some coins in the original, but I don't want to like get into every single fight. And it's a huge bitch trying to get your coins back. Flavio party member would be awesome. Should have done it. Like I said, for all areas to be sun drenched, this island probably is the one that fits the best. I still think it looks kind of nasty at times, but a little bit of it's fun for sure. New dialogue. Oh no, the coins is still there. I just never even checked it before. The cola? Yeah, you have to get that for Bobbery. It's his last wish. But I didn't realize it was in Mario & Luigi, I forgot. They don't have him do his little song in the new one there. Maybe he's gonna do it right now. Just so you really understand. Maybe if you go up and talk to him, he'll sing the song. In the original, he sings the song, then ask what you want. That's, I mean, a quick little speed up, I guess, if you just remember. I don't think that was the intent, but... something, I suppose. They put a bomb symbol there, I guess in case you really don't get it. Looks kind of dumb having a bomb symbol, but that's alright. I like his new animations. The House of Flavio. Intro. More barrels. What's about leveling up on this one? Not at all. Coops is hurting. Interesting difference in the song. Tried dodging that, but this guy has way less of an aggro radius. No, all the usual suspects are there. Me timing. No, he like gets big now. I don't know if he did on the last. We'll have to check. Gotta level up on the right, so we can do whatever we want in the next fight. So this is what the original sounds like. Man, you get so much more money draw. Not too dissimilar. It keeps the cave feel kind of just going tight. New one does a little bit extra, like usual. Was never a very crazy song. Kind of a cave song. Still wanted the new one to be a bit more dungeony. I mean, I kind of liked it just like a simple cave mystery kind of song instead of like a bigger, crazier dungeon, but that's whatever. I don't think it's a crazy deal. What? No. I used the wrong thing. I guess we'll try this out. It's been a bit. It's because I've dodged so many fights. Pretty low level. Dropping crazy XP. Yeah. The maddest. You really have to fight most of these in this area. Yeah, I'm 12 right now. This area definitely has a lot more. Vivian bit. I'd be higher level if I wasn't doing two at once, but I'd lose my fucking mind if I did every single fight. That's why I have so little money on the left too, is I just run from a lot of shit. But we're not that far off at all. The sounds of it. Oh, I'm 12. A little bit. The Bullet Billiams. Oh, for sure, yeah. I've been trying to keep mine equal too, so I've ran a bit more than I would. Even with the double playthrough. Yeah, you're just crazy rich. I didn't even have enough money to get the whole rat guy paid for on the left. Oh, these guys shoot way quicker in the original. That's interesting. I was expecting it to be like what we just saw on the right, but... The volleys are like super rare. These guys have more defense now too, I think. Or they had more defense in the original. Maybe? No, I didn't jump on him before I used hammer. Actually, it might be the same. Maybe not though. Oh yeah. So just having the two... I'm hoping just to be able to pay for the Wario thing. That's all I want on the left. Maybe some other things, but... Yeah, running from so many fights makes it rough. Because you lose 5 coins every time you run. Hands up. Yeah, we'll see how much he gives me with 2. I don't know what he's supposed to give you investment wise. The different Yoshi timing keeps throwing me off, dude. And the aggro range on everything in this cave is much lower. Things are on top of you, like you just saw in the original where I'm like... That fire was on me as soon as I walked in the room. Same with the pink bomb. He was on me. Trying to remember the deal on this. Also just walk right past him, right? Didn't remember if there's anything back there. That didn't count as extra damage. I wasn't coming back down, I guess. Really? Got a fucking boo cloak. He's just gonna use that, that mushroom probably. Which really doesn't do a whole lot for him. Oh, they changed this one. I just realized that. Was this one? Oh, they changed it because in the new one you can attack forwards and backwards. I see. I get it now. So you'd be able just to skip it. Gotcha. And not only is the aggro radius larger, or not as large, but they put them farther away too. Seems like there was a big intent to make sure you were getting attacked the minute you walked into a room. Which, I mean, I can respect that. There's secret stuff up here. I don't remember how it worked. Yeah. Oh yeah, it just auto comes back. I remember how that worked. I wonder why they made that a crate instead of like a... Oh yeah, I was supposed to time my jump there. I wonder why they made that a crate instead of a, I guess a crate wouldn't be like halfway up like that, so maybe it's just supposed to look better. It's probably simple as that. I mean, obviously not a big deal or nothing. Not a deal at all, really. Now for a little backtracking. You can barely see shit here. I made this star piece harder to get for sure. They try to put that star piece in light a bit, but it's still pretty fucking pretty dark. But they try to give the whole cave like a blue eerie glow. Which, I mean, if it wasn't reflective and had way too much bloom, I think I'd like. Yeah, like a more haunted cove thing. Like I said, I like that. Some of the execution's a bit weird, but I think it's fine overall. Jesus. I don't remember if there's anything hidden in there. I forget that room even exists. The Jedi was just the beginning. You're supposed to use the roll. Whatever, dude. I forget how many of these there are in this cave, man. There's one in almost every room. Yeah, I've just always done it that way. Like, I look at it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's supposed to be for the roll, but I'm like, whatever. You can only really tell once you get to the point where you can see two blocking the bottom. Oh, this is much quicker in the original. Just maybe why this puzzle was this way. God, it's such a pain in the ass. Trying to do it the intended way, but... Get off this coconut. Yeah, it's a little quicker that way. I need that money, man. It's funny how much more rewarding the money is in the original for me. I'm just like, oh yeah, let's go. I hate jumping in the Paper Mario. He has like not even like a pixel you can go off the ledge before you pretty much fall off completely. And some of these platforms look weird as fuck to dodge. So it's like weird delayed capture and shit. I'm just like, I gotta jump way earlier. Fuck right there. I'm spamming it. Speaking of spam, yeah, it's funny that flame saw me like before I'm even on screen. Probably gonna do defend plus. I could do power P plus, but I'm at the point where it's like I kind of need. I don't remember when I get my next HP plus. I think it might be chapter 6, but defend will help. Power saver would be good, but oh, they changed it in this one. It's facing the other way now, so the jump's not as fucking goofy. Dude, there's little stuff like that I don't think most people would notice. Like I said, it's kind of the fun of doing this kind of playthrough. It's so subtly changed that you would never think about it. I think they make some good choices there. Just not everywhere. Smack the wrong dude, man. Okay, we dodged all these in the new one. This, it's like, no way in hell, dude. actually don't want to fight these. I don't remember if they respawn actually. Yeah, they puff up in the new one and then attack. A little mix up. I need a sweet treat. I need some health. Waste. I still got some health. Don't need much. Money overload. What I need. Gonna juke another one. Oh, never mind. Okay. Like I said, Kill Hall is going to take a while with the dual playthrough because it's a pretty heavy gameplay chapter. It's mostly... The refund badge, which one is that? Oh, the one where you get paid for using an item. Yeah, Bruce, for sure. I want to do SMT5, but I don't know. I was going to try to get through some library family share stuff on Steam, but they got fucked up, so I might not actually be able to. But there's still a few things I might try to get to. And I still got to finish Unicorn Overlord. I don't think I'll be able to do Elden Ring anymore. I'm gonna have to wait till that goes cheap, because I'd have to rent the Xbox One version again, and I don't want to play it that way. So. Yeah, June's pretty stacked, but it might not be as stacked for me. We'll see. That's what I'll probably do. Oh, hers is way quicker now. I thought I could get past that. I'll probably do SMT5, I just don't know if I'll do it right away. Yeah, Elden Ring will be cool. SMT will be cool, hopefully. And soon after is Final Fantasy 14, which I will be getting. Yeah, I just don't think you use enough items in this game. I don't know how much that badge costs, but... And I mean, it wouldn't be useful in the original game hardly either. You just don't need money enough. You have to double dip. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. You won't even be able to buy the original game or the DLC anymore. Instead of making an upgrade path, they just turned it into a Persona 5 Royal thing. Despite it being an alternate... Fucking god. An alternate, route in the game. Yeah, I'm kind of going to be curious how much new stuff there's going to be in it before for sure I'll play it. The rumor is it is going to be on Game Pass. God, dude, I'm jumping into the bills, man. So that's probably how I'm going to play it. I have the game. I could do it through gameplay, but we'll see. Oh my fucking god, dude, they shot them again. A super quick fucking like rate of shooting. No, it's scummy. It's totally scummy. I mean, I know people who bought it who just haven't played it yet, and they just get fucked. So. Shit ain't right, son. So many fights in this dungeon, and then you have to backtrack. Yeah, it's not good. There's not many ways to spin it. I mean, it might be good stuff. It might be fun, you know. Game Pass, gameplay helps me, but you know, if I didn't have either of those, you know, I'd just be getting big dick. So, now I know people who have been just kind of sitting on their copy of SMT5 who haven't played it yet. And now it's like, oh, well, there's a new version and it's full price. It really should be an upgrade, a DLC. I don't care if they change the balance of the game, right? You could just have the original balance or something on one path and something else on the other, I suppose, but yeah, no, that's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do Elden Ring. If they make like a complete edition, maybe I'll rent it, but like I said, I rented Elden Ring back in the day. Really, this guy just shot 2 out. Oh, fuck yourself, man. Wasting my time, brother. And I don't want to rent that version again. It's like 20 FPS. I mean, I could do it, I guess. But, and I'd have to pay $40 to buy it on a version I don't care about. We'll see. Might not get to it right away. God, so much of this shit's a bitch to dodge, man. Yeah, the SMT thing is kind of bullshit for sure. I don't think we can dodge this guy. I really want to, I do. I really do. Oh, Jesus. I mean, I could dodge it on this version. You just run and walk through. Or, you know, I don't know where I'm walking in the first place, but we can do it again. Although I need the XP on this side, I suppose, so maybe I'll just kill him. This is kind of a fucked fight. It just froze them. These guys are worth some pretty good XP. Yeah, I don't like it. It's a typical upward trend of Atlas being scummy. But, I mean, it's probably gonna still be good. I'm just curious if it's gonna be like a balance change in one new zone, or if it's actually worth like another whole playthrough of the game. It feels like it might just be like a port double dip, kind of like we just did a light change, and it's mostly just PC release kind of shit, right? Like if that's all it is a PC release with like a couple changes, I might not, we'll see. My backlog's just so heavy. I mean, I love SMT though, so it'd be tough to say no, that's for sure. Ooh, I got it. Nice. Oh. No save point. Fuck up, you die. Well, they added a new chest. Yeah. I think they've already talked about it not being quite like that, but it could be. If you're talking, Apocalypse. That'd be nice. I would totally, I mean, I'd be excited for that. I mean, Apocalypse reuses a lot of shit, but it's, I think it's an amount that I'm okay with. I like the game. That's like a whole new soundtrack and shit. I think they've already kind of talked about it though. Them being so aggressive on the old version actually made that easier. Alright, you can't use Vivian, I guess. Who knew? Art attacks I'm gonna level up. Yeah, we'll see. I gotta finish Unicorn Overlord. That's FF14 in a month. Summer Games Fest is in a week. I think June 8th is gonna be the big one, but I think you get news from the 7th to the 10th. Yeah, I'll be curious. I mean, it's gonna be on Game Pass. I'm pretty sure that's, I mean, almost all of Atlas's shit is these days, but I think it's been like leaked. So we'll see when the next Xbox announcement, the Call of Duty one happens, which is on the 9th. They'll probably announce the SMT5 thing there, I'd imagine. So I might play through that. Dude, I keep picking the wrong thing. What does this keep happening? Yeah. So that'll be a nice way to save a buck. Well, I mean, I was gonna do it through Game Pass, but or not Game Pass, GameFly, but I might delay it and do it through Game Pass instead. GameFly's been delaying a lot of my new releases. a bunch of indies coming out and they got played by month. I mean, it's a slow year, so I've got plenty of stuff. I mean, I'm doing this through gameplay, so. We'll see. Yeah. Now, what I've heard is that there's going to be like one new area maybe, and that path is going to be a new story with like new demons and stuff, but going through old zones. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm down. Like I said, I want to. I love SMT and I like SMT5 just fine. So definitely interested. But yeah, it's just gonna depend. Like, I gotta finish this. It's gonna take forever. This will probably still have another 2 days on. Then Unicorn Overlord, I'm like maybe if 2/3, probably half. So not in the game news and any work. I wouldn't be surprised if SMT5 would be coming up. I might try to do Pizza Tower soon. Might talk about Animal Wall with someone. Setting up the time, because I know some people are interested in talking about these things and watching them. So maybe I'm gonna have to see. There's some weird stuff going on lately, so. Maybe some stuff going on, maybe not. And of course, the Eternal Backlog. I don't think anything's leaving Game Pass this next 2 weeks I care much about. There was one thing getting added I might care about that I haven't already played. Yeah, some shit's leaving. Some stuff I liked leaving. Imagine I'll need to do Frostpunk sooner or later. Groovy. Yeah, fresh save point. No save point, the original. But yeah, it'll be cool. Yeah, normally I'd be all about picking up the Souls DLC right away, but it's the first Souls game. Well, no, I rented Sekiro. Yeah, that I don't actually own right now. Gonna go for it just yet. Like a shortcut here. It's just kind of shit happening. I think it was just a tutorial. Is this in the original? This feels new. Maybe this bomb's about to create a shortcut. Wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. Maybe it does attack me here, we'll see, I don't remember. Nope. It's probably a shortcut thing. This is a run back, absolutely. Or not. I just added a fight? Adding a fight's odd. Maybe they force add a fight because this is about to get shorter? I'm not actually sure. We can run from this, it's fine. Where the fuck I was? The flashing. What's everybody been gaming, man? Hit me with the skinny, what's good? Quite a bit of stuff coming out, so been a lot of indie games coming out in the last few weeks, man. I wish I was rich, man. There's a lot of good stuff. It's not much of a time for AAA or anything, but that's a good time for me. I don't mind that at all. Oh, really? Yeah, man. I feel like that's just to kind of appease people a bit. It really should be a DLC upgrade if it's got the base game in it, right? Even if it's pretty meaty, it should be like a $30 thing, right? We could do this fight. But, I mean, at least there's something there, sure. Yeah, I'm very curious how much stuff they're gonna have. I don't think they're keeping it really tight-lipped. They've released like a list of like all the new demons, I think, generally. I mean, they're not gonna show the whole thing, so we'll see. Like I said, I'm a sucker for SMTs, so. But yeah, I'm backlogging pretty hard right now. Tinykin's good, man. I liked it. I was a fan. It's a nice little collectathon with some pretty smooth movement. Especially if you like rat map type of games. Little dude in a big world kind of shit. Or it's a little dude in a normal world. I thought it was a good time. Yeah, enjoy it. That was on Game Pass for a bit, but it's not anymore. So. Looks like Pikmin, it's actually more of a 3D platformer collectathon. The Pikmin is very misleading. It has elements of it, but there's not many RTS elements at all. But it's a good 3D platformer collectathon. I think you're in good hands either way, unless you're like dead set on it being like a strategy thing. Yeah, it's definitely got elements of Pikmin. I mean, that's by intent. They make it like that. It's definitely more of a jumping around kind of game. Yeah, I don't feel like that one got enough buzz as it should have. It's pretty solid. Yeah, I think the glowing waters and stuff and the new one, in a very rare twist of fate here, actually make the new one look more properly like a kind of haunted pirate cove. Like I said, I do like that the original is kind of a bit more of just kind of this old ruined cave thing, but I was supposed to jump back down. I do think the glowing pirate cavern look is not too bad at all. I think there's a few spots that are actually too dark to see what the fuck's going on. So I would have added a boat spot to where you're supposed to end up so you don't have to re-go through this fucking spike bit. You've been through a lot of spike bits at this point. I think what makes you think you have to use Vivian in the second spike thing is that you have to use her here. It just like has that energy. There we go. If I did it once, I have to do it again. Instead of using the roll. And roll's only slightly easier now, so. Yeah, they sped up the Vivian thing, which I like. I think it makes it feel a little snappier. Which is not a bad thing. I forget how tight some of these are. And if you're not actually like very careful, some of these are actually a bitch to fucking hit. It's not like hard platforming, but for a fucking RPG, you assume it's gonna be a little or whatever. Oh, this is another semi-backtrack. Another Vivian thing. Yeah, they really should just added something right here. Well, we're most of the way through here. Actually, we cannot get back through that. Oh, I have to go to the right and fall back down again, dude. Holy shit, I totally forgot. Added a little backtracking of my own for fun. Great. Figured we needed more time in the Kill Hall Key. I have so much money on the new one that I could just afford to just spend just fucking whatever. Every single time I see a heal, I could just spend it. They're not gonna be like perfectly synced right now. We see the differences generally what's going on, and I can freely compare stuff wherever I want. We're in the part of doing one of these dungeons where it's a lot more about just kind of quickly getting to the same points and moving on. Doesn't have to be ultra synced right now. And it can't be to a certain extent. I just physically can't do both at the same time. Why not? I'm just not powerful enough, dude. Some are just there's too many things that require too much attention. Now, if I had a controller that I could do all the buttons on at the same time, then we'd be talking. Problem is I'm using, if I want to press A or anything on the left controller, I have to control it with my pinky or press A with my right thumb while I'm pressing A with my my pinky on the right at the same time. I'm just using my index finger to control stick on the right, which isn't that hard. Index, you got a lot more control, but pinky control on a GameCube controller ain't gonna cut it. But then, yeah, the split attention. The mind killer. I love that spot. There's like no money to get on the original new one. There's just a bunch. New little cutscene, I guess. If there's anything hidden over here. Oh, whoops. Thought I smacked it. I was watching the left cutscene. I'm like, oh, we're done. I look back, I'm not even done over here yet. It's an interesting thing about doing two at once, but in slightly non-synchronous, non-synced orders. Oh, we didn't sync that dialogue, sorry. I mean, it's 2 lines, not a big deal. And they take so long to get over. Frankie. Okay, you can't get over here. I don't remember if you could. I think I usually just fly. Cover the edges. They kind of changed a little bit. Sliding over. Who's this dude? Why is this so much harder than it was before? I'm about to just fly the paper airplane, man. To the point this doesn't even look like intentional. What's up, Rocky? Nice. Weird. Who knows? What's this I've been hearing about Google Zero? That's their like AI push or something? Yeah, I figured when I said it wrong. my brain is taken up by too many things right now. Cortez time. Anything at all behind this? Got it. Got a little bit more money now. What partner do I want? need to switch badges out. Or add badges. Okay. It might just be something I saw someone attributing to their AI thing, but it's unrelated. I mean, obviously they're pushing that. They're gonna keep pushing it as the main thing if they can get it to that level. It's interesting seeing how much push truly in a big corporation like that's gonna, how much they're actually gonna push it. To what extent and when. Damage dodge. Oh, really? That one? Okay. It's good. It shines. All right, Cortez time. See how the new Cortez music is. Almost see when we get in the fight, the real shit. Oh, there's the guitar. They mount themselves. I do like Cortez. Oh, he doesn't do any Spanish anymore? Article I read is just the name, the author's theory. That's apparently a very issue with Google stopping from sending people to third-party websites is something I don't quite get it. Oh, other way around, sorry. Yeah. I'm fucking zapped right now. I might take a break from this after this chapter, we'll see. How long are you up for, Sam? Just out of curiosity, buddy. The context was just in relation to like AI stuff and pushing it to be the predominant way of Google working, but like I said, that's why I asked, because I don't really know like any details on it. It's not something I researched, just shooting the breeze, seeing if anybody knew actually anything about it, but it seems like it's not quite as much of a thing as it sounded. Gotcha, Sam. Little sippy. Is the hangover still getting you at all? Yeah, I might collapse the internet. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the new NVIDIA stuff, I mean, I definitely think, you know, it's not like it's going anywhere. I'm curious, I mean, obviously you're seeing it creep into more and more stuff, and I'm not like throwing out judgment calls, it's there, right? It's got its own pros and cons. But because it has to be based off of stuff, if it becomes like its own like central hub, its own focus, it's like, you know, or like it replaced the like news sites or something, or like where does it get everything from to a certain extent? I mean, I guess it could do that. You could just have one or two news sites that it pulls from. That's enough. But I don't know. That's interesting. We'll see where that kind of stuff goes. Like, I mean, already with the Google suggestions or whatever, it's trying to pull everything to kind of give you one-stop shop so you don't even bother going to these places. Which, I mean, some of those can't even exist without you going to them to a certain extent. So what happens then? I mean, not that it's any good right now, but eventually it'll get better, right? So if it ever got to the point where it was good enough, it being based off real user shit, I mean, how does that affect it? Or is there enough info out there now that if Google just had a fucking like if it could just more effectively parse the information, even if those websites disappeared, could it just have an offline version and still come to the same conclusion? Then you can't even fact check it. Can you check the sources of where the AI pulls stuff from for Google suggestions at all? Probably not. It's probably a mix of everything. It's not just like 5 things, right? People have found posts that it obviously pulled from more directly, but I imagine it's more of an amalgamation of thousands of things. Synthetic data? You mean like people putting in like false information? To like, what, control people if you start to like trust it enough? Crafts its own passage? Gotcha. Sorry, the obla's on the right. Oh, I gotcha. It like learns from its own shit and... I mean, what could happen in the future is there could just be teams of people who just feed information to something that can learn well enough. Or find ways for it to gather its own information. I mean, there's nothing to say that there can't be any kind of like outside stimuli that it pulls from, right? It'd be more likely that people just would, you just have like a sea of a few thousand people who just feed it information. I mean, that's already kind of what happens with some data analysis shit, so. It didn't really answer, I assume. Yeah, I guess it's just when it's related purely to people-fed internet stuff. It's like if you remove the need to go to those places and learn from them, and that traffic, some of those places wouldn't even exist for the AI to use. But there's a point where it might not need that anymore. It can be, you know, weaned off the teats of the internet information. Yeah, well, they control their own stuff. With enough money, they can get it to wherever they want. Well, now on the left, it's Amigo. On the right, it's not. Am I hallucinating? I just swapped one out for the other. Yeah, I mean, it could be just less focus. Well, Cortez looks good here. The shadows and shit. Right, let's start with the old one, because I can pause this other one. In case I get hit by some rando. Yeah, +1/+1, it's definitely buffed now. And the new one. I can barely see. Yeah, it's definitely the best part of Chapter 5. It's hard to see the jump though. With the curtains. Have to see how the new one handles it. Jesus, I didn't realize she jumped that far. The only nerfs Tremor's gone through is it immediately has one after the third part of each of Tremor, immediately at the start, every single time. So if you're not ready for it, it can fuck you, but as soon as you learn it once, it's fine. And the graphics just look weird. Otherwise, it's fine. The crowd screaming. Keep fucking up all my stylishes, man. And her jumps, because I have no idea where his fucking hitbox actually is. He has no grace. As usual, that fight's always nice. Let's see it, the instant replay. I like the shadow on him. They changed him so he's like much... Oh no, he's about the same distance right at the beginning. The improved power lift. That consistently gets 4s and 3s. I think he moved the cursor like quicker. Oops. Of course I fucked that up because I still have no idea where his fucking head is. Maybe because they nerfed power bounce a little bit. Actually, all this darkness makes it even harder to see the hitbox, which is funny. Yeah, it's closer to the middle of his face than the original, but it's like it's hot. Good, man. Cortez was missing a fucking epic guitar solo. And metal. I didn't get enough of that in the other songs. Just a lot of the styles going out of it. You can still hear the Cortez part, but it's missing a lot of the the charm of the original song. Yeah, well, they just do it on all of them, though. Even ones that originally don't even have any of that flavor to them, like Grubbo. I hated the Grubbo one. The music, that is. It had like this industrial, almost like hip hop thing going on. Like it was a beat. And then the new one's like just a fucking other generic ass metal cover. God, this song, dude. It's just so fucking boring, man. The only one that really makes sense to do this kind of metal cover shit on is Rock, and even then the cool parts of it aren't as distinct. Because it just gets drowned out in the generic bits. Yeah, I like changes and... I don't know, I hated it. I mean, even this version of the song, like a lot of the parts that are really distinct and loud and clear in the old version are just, once again, just like mixed down and drowned out by all the fucking generic metal cover shit. The crowd noises aren't as much. I guess they didn't want crowds screaming as much in a Mario game. It's a shame. Rock 'em, man. Who knows which part I was on. I had better jumps in this version. Must they lowered his HP. Epic. Damn, this shit goes hard. I mean, overall I say I like the new look Cortez look. I think some of the shadows look cool, and he was always like semi 3D. So adding some of that blue spooky light to him works. Kind of like how it works this whole level. But the hitbox and some of the darkness, especially with the whole level, there's some elements you just can't see very well. Yeah, his new expressions are fine. Why did they get rid of Amigo? He doesn't say Amigo anymore, he just says Stupido, and he had one other Spanish line, or word. Why Amigo? Is Amigo like... Is that supposed to be like some stereotype? Like, the Spanish guy says Amigo? I don't even know. I'm trying to like mind fuck myself to understand why they would change it. Just to change it, I guess. It's pretty too well. Yeah, it's like, is that? I was like, I mean, we've got Spanish people here. Like, is Amigo a problem? Like when Hollywood says Amigo, you know, it's the only like Spanish word when a Spanish guy, Mexican guy is talking in a movie. Like I feel like that's such like an 80s thing too. It's like it's really old. It's like, is that even like, I don't even think anybody cared then. I don't think it's even like relevant anymore. I mean, it's cool giving him more Spanish, but I don't know why they got rid of Amigo. I don't like how he turns. They do good stuff with the animations, and No, I agree for sure. It's to make them sound like, you know. I mean, some people will mix their languages together, but yeah, not just one word, right? It definitely feels like it's more to give it culture, but not actually go all the way with it. But yeah, this particular instance, I mean, they're not trying to change that. He just does it anyways. I mean, maybe they didn't like that he only said amigo. I mean, you could still have him say other shit. He doesn't know what amigo means.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like maybe he just, you know, he's just used to always calling people friend, amigo, or whatever the fuck. That's just like a little something he got used to doing. But doing it like every random word, I feel like requires a lot more of like a conscious effort, and it comes across, yeah, a bit more odd. Comma removed. Game shit. The most soulless thing I've ever seen. And what's up, Redless? Oh, 3 hours to get through Keel Hall here. I mean, we're not done. Sadly. Keel Hall's one of those I'm just like fine with. It's just kind of like a dungeon XP chapter, which I don't have a big problem with at all. But definitely not the most spicy of they give you full health too after that. Now I have to pay for it. I have to pay for the other one. But it's just kind of like fine. The new version's improved because they cut the needing to go through the Yoshi fucking walk part over and over and over. Yeah, the inside's more just kind of like a hooktail. Christ, I'm so tired of the fucking jumps in this game, dude. Dead? Work? I assume so, right? The heat. Shit's rough, brother. But yeah, it's like I like Kill Hall because it's kind of a different look and all that. Different vibe. It's a good bit of variety, I guess. And the last chapter is pretty gameplay heavy already, but many of the extra backtracking and Kill Hall hurts a bit because of that. Especially since chapter 6 has you go back again. So the new version's better on that front. It skips just a little bit, but it's not a whole lot. Forgot to swap Bobber. I mean, Flavio's always awesome. I like the lead up to the island. Actually, like it's a clean chapter. Definitely not like a bad one or anything, but also not like a popping off kind of chapter. Push out a dual playthrough. Toads are wearing hats. Like some of them. Oh, the patches. I forgot about that. Yeah, I guess it's not like it's a scar or anything. Okay. The strings, the kazoo plus the strings, dude, emotional. all cannons. Obvious time to shine, bros. Fucking Fabio will save us all, man. Let's make another save. We are in big trouble and we could really use your shit. He's pissed. Senor Peacock. It's like the money hits the back and everything. Twitch. They got gold walking sounds. You don't even spend any time in here. I don't even think there's anything to find. So I don't think you can even get back in here ever. Use your fast travel or your ship to keelhaul normally, but that they show all the X-Nuts. I mean, they do at some point already. I think it's just coming up. Guitar, just electric guitar, just the ultimate instrument. Well, the original has more X-Nuts on the ship. That's funny. It's like caked in them. And they look more goofy because they're not hanging though. And we got a battle scene. Him the fucking guitar and drums makes it fucking super cheesy. Otherwise it's fun. What is the original song? I think it's just a one that, yeah, it's just a crump shit. Or guitar. I don't know why they felt this game just needed more electric guitar. I got all my different versions of the crump stuff. Even though, I mean, you only hear it like, what, 3 times? Maybe even 2. I don't remember if the moon one is very different. God, fucking the timing. Oops. Timing it like shit. Like a fool. I don't think this crump's very hard. I don't remember them. And the Cortez is, I know, spicier, but I do have less shit for this. Lagoons, yeah, in mass. Yeah, it's good. When he uses his goons as like a flood, essentially. Just manpower. The wall of goons. Let's see if this helps me or hinders me. It helps me. It might not help me in the long run though. That helped a good bit. I'll just say Mario one hit. I don't remember if you could just like phase him. Or like you just kill him without phasing him. And that lag, dude. Holy fuck. I don't even know if that was why I fucking missed it. I feel like some of this is chunky, man. They might have slowed it down. I don't use much Goombella, so I feel like she like flew through the air a little slower there. That could be insane. The fellas returned. Jesus, it really freezes the boss and not anybody else. I know, she just has some sound effects, so that's what was fucking getting me weirded. And they changed that instead of just falling on top of her non-stop. Okay, yeah, you can't just like insta-kill him. Jesus, it did it again. He was immune this time though. Yeah, I would say this stage, if I could just make a guess, I would say this stage helps you more than it used to. I would say item randomness is still the same, but the stage definitely feels like it ends up helping you more often. Couldn't say 100%, but it's pretty rare. I feel like any bad things have ever happened. And yeah, I haven't seen the fog at all. I think they might have got rid of the fog. Oh god, is this the chapter we have to mix some potions together? I don't remember what the deal with those are, if they were explorers and they just got fucked or what. Yeah, he needs bigger and better underlings. You got Lord Crump. He's not very good at his job. I mean, he's not bad, but he never finishes the... He never cinches it, man. Like, he traps Mario and everybody in the second level, but he doesn't kill him. Problem is the Shadow Sirens are the only other underling, and they're working for the demons, so he's just kind of fucked. Yeah, Mario's too much of a stud. A husky stud. She's more judgmental. Everybody's favorite part. Do you think the clothes will disappear this time? I don't remember in the original she has to get buck naked to go invisible. I thought she did, but it's been a bit. I wonder if the clothes will just disappear this time, so she's not implied running around naked, invisible. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't, man? Who doesn't hold a candle for Peach? Nope. Nobody likes having to do this fucking chemistry mix though, man. We'll see if they make it less annoying. I mean, so do I. Doesn't mean I don't like some Peach, though. Inflated Daisy, the most powerful princesses. The timer for the microwave. Yeah. I mean, I usually don't have any problems with it. It's just kind of like busy work. It's not the fun part to redo. How's that? Yeah. You and the other delusional motherfuckers, man. Be cool if that was something real, but lost to time, that one. And porn. The concoctionator. Alright. No red on the far right. Might grab all these. Little peach? Oh, Jesus, yeah. Is there music? Oh, it's the cooking sound music. It's fine, there's new music. Solid. I'll just assume they're all the same. Yeah, Rosalina's. I like... It depends on which Daisy we're talking about, right? Like, Mario Strikers, the first one, Daisy? That's my favorite. I think it just blows up. I don't think... Maybe there's something weird that happens with her, I don't know. Maybe there's one where she inflates. But yeah, otherwise Rosalina's pretty good. She's a little basic. She doesn't have much of a personality. But the mayor lady's good if you count her. There's that Wario one that's kind of funny, but I don't know. Yeah, probably Rosalina though. Same pattern. Oops. They added a text box. I was gonna sink them. Well, this one you actually press it yourself to start. You can really sink it. Drink it, Peach. Drink it. Drink it. Arcane Season 2. Yeah, we'll see if they have a good idea or if they're just gonna squeeze a buck. The infinite shows that never end. Eventually they end up sucking. But I don't know, it's only Season 2. Could be good. Cyberpunk Marathon. Fucking my backlog's too crazy. Might watch Fury Road and Discord soon though. Take off your dress. Well, we can get naked. Watch them fucking pussy out and she just, the clothes disappear. Hopefully this has no adverse effects. Oh, your closers, fucking closers, they're still there. Tactical error. Oh, she chooses to get naked this time. The robot doesn't ask her to get naked. Oh, she's got feet noises, dude, on the ground. Yeah, we got barefoot noise now. Yeah, in the original she's like, what the fuck? And the guy has to ask her to do it. Now she's like, okay. I mean, it makes sense that you have to do it, but she seems very willing. I mean, I guess it's more that it's her playing now instead. Oh, great. Sleeping music. Ham it up a bit. Barefoot noises. I only showered on her in the first day, man. They probably fucking smell her stinky ass, man. The shag carpeting. They got rid of this. What, do they not want her to seem stupid or something? He's like, oh yeah, now I gotta do this. On the right side, he just reminds her to do it. I guess they want to make sure tech's still there is the idea. Either that or they wanted to look less dumb, but either way, man, it's the same thing. The floppy, man. The barefoot noises. I don't hear that, man. She's flapping all around, dude. Shit, she doesn't have her clothes on yet. Oh, damn, dude. They baited you, man. She immediately gets her clothes on the left, and this one you can go to the potion and then she gets her clothes. Fucking scam, dude. This is super unrealistic. Why can't we see her lunch floating around, guys? This doesn't make any sense. They just never fed her. That's how they explain it. Those guards are gone, I guess. The communicator. I go grab my rest of my cheapo pizza after this. The ultimate simp. He barely even knows her, man. Maybe did a few Google searches. Yeah, no. You can offer the freaky foot fetish just to get to hear her feet, dude. They like upped it up. And she's more willing to do it out of her own idea. Yeah. Come as good. Oh yeah, that's funny. The army versus army bullshit. Kind of a lot of dudes, huh? Why did he call him soup mix? What was it in the original? I wanted to go back through it, but I was already too late by the time I thought about it. Oh, I called him chubby, and he calls him soup mix. Could they at least like make fun of him in like a different way? Maybe they wanted to be immortally like safe by calling him something that never could even be like anything ever. Soup mix. Are they trying to say like turtle soup? Isn't eating him probably a worse thing to say than calling him chubby? What's with this fucking whimsical music? The guy on the flute fucking rocking out, man. Yeah, he's only got the best out there. Here's the Latin choir. And the guitar. What? They fucking changed it from dork to dolt? Really? That's not even like a original Japanese to like this type of thing. They just changed it from dork to dolt. It's because nobody uses dolt either. It's not like dork is too old. What the fuck? But the thing is, they insult people way worse than this in the game. So I don't quite get it, man. Why dork to dolt? I mean, it's like it's not a big deal. It's like why did they even change it in the first place? Then that's like half the lines in this. Old bastard. They called him amigo. It just took a few thousand years. God, this string is obnoxious. Emotional string. With kazoo in the back. I guess the kazoo is supposed to be Flavio's thing in this zone. So they combine it all together like it's clever. It just sounds like dog shit. What about all the killer fuzzies and prop? Epic guitar. Way too much electric guitar in this fucking game, dude. Does not fit this game at all. Flavio. Flavio's blessing upon you. I don't know, not too many. Alright. Luigi. They like change where the emails are located. I guess they wanted you to be able to get away from the boat before any extra emails happen. What's over here? Just the star piece. I thought there was more. Oh, there is. You can barely see it in the new one. HP drain. Which I don't think is any good, really, right? Not really. Alright. Shut up, Gumbel. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like 10 days or something, probably. Unless he doesn't have one for every day, I don't know. The way he labels them. So we could explore a lot more right now. And I might run to Hooktails if we get the trouble to upgrade the buddies. But I don't think I'm gonna re-explore everything here until I get the jump from chapter 6. The main thing about SMT5, the level scaling shit. That the secret final true ending boss requires the super boss, but is easier than the super boss. It's kind of dog shit because of level scaling. I think they're changing that in the new one. But I don't have to do a trouble. I just have to talk to the Merlin guy. Yeah, let's see. I'm hoping to play it I was originally gonna delay it, but now I might just do it when it comes out. We'll find out. I mean, the story's not very good either. Is he not? Huh, you can't do, he doesn't tell you about your partners yet? Maybe it's when you walk out of the next area. I mean, there's a whole lot of things I could say. I love SMT5, but it's got a lot of flaws. But yeah, I mean, I don't know which I don't know which part I'd find the worst. Probably the story. I don't need more story in SMT. I just need more effective story that works with the atmosphere and shit. It kind of sets you up to think there's going to be some interesting shit, but it ends up being kind of just a whole lot of nothing. A lot of really late game goofy character bullshit. Oh, the new Bowser shit. Wasn't ready for that. I mean, there's funny shit. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like, I think, like, the fucking guy with the acne who is, like, an ultra simp for the angel chick who... he's, like, a total fucking, like, lose. I mean, it's... when he slicks his hair, it's hilarious, but, like... oh, fuck. I did not mean to go left. I mean, even in SMP2, there's not much story there, but the concepts are neat, and how they kind of work with the environment's fun. So that's enough. It's that they try to do some story shit in SMT5, but it ends up really just kind of getting in the way more than anything. Like they introduce characters and plot points, and a lot of it doesn't go anywhere. I don't want it to be Apocalypse. I don't want like Persona waifu shit. That works for Persona. I like it in Persona, but I don't want it in SMT. At least they can make it work. But they didn't make it work in Apocalypse. The dialogue wasn't good. Yeah, there's just actually, there's like a fair bit of story. Like, you don't think SMT5 has that much story, but it's got like more than you think for what it is, right? Like stuff like 3 doesn't have a strong story, but it's like good. It's good for what it is, right? There's not much there. It just gives you like plenty of forward action and little goals and shit, and just like that's it, man. Lets the environments and shit do the talking.
Oh yeah.
I take like a strange journey level story. That one has a fair bit of story, but I like it. It's all just really focused on the concept. We'll see. I'm very curious what the alternate route's gonna be, but anyways, I'll be back. Yeah, I'm curious. I kind of want to wait to see what people are saying about it before I put in like a shitload of time on another long game this year. Because I've got a lot to get to. And even with me not being able to do a few things I planned on doing, because of some changes recently, I've still just got like an infinite backlog. If it's just the same game with like one area and like a loosely different story and then like some new side talks or something, I'm not too interested. But if it's like a fully different story with a significant amount of areas, and a retooled battle system, maybe. And if they reuse a lot of areas, it really depends on how they reuse them. Just verbatim the same shit. Same side stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's about what I'm expecting, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm gonna probably wait and see what people say. Not because I don't love SMT and SMT5, but like, I got a lot to do and I could go play a different SMT game. I still have a lot of them to play. What I'm feeling this is it's just gonna be the port to all the other platforms, essentially. But they just threw a little extra shit in there to double dip and clean it up. Like, it's a bit more about just the port, so it's getting like a pseudo royal version. With the DLC attached to it. Do we know if the DLC is going to be attached to it at least? I mean, Jesus. Best chapter incoming. Oh, really? Jesus. I mean, I guess this route maybe is going to tie in harder. I mean, it was always tied in a bit, but... I mean, it could be like Apocalypse with the Steven thing. Where you got all the different games protagonists fighting or some shit. It could just be like simple fan service. I'm not expecting any bridge story moment. Okay, yeah, now they got him. I guess we could start re-exploring a little bit here. Like I said, I'm eating right now, so it's gonna be a little bit. And then we're gonna go around to Hotel Castle again, so... It'll be a little bit before we get to XS Express. I'm expecting less than Royal kind of edition of content. This is not gonna be like an Apocalypse where it's like a fair bit. It's the Royal edition. It probably won't justify another playthrough. We'll see. I also want to see like what they want to do with SMT5 because it does have room for improvement. I mean, that's a long game, right? that's the biggest problem. And I mean, I don't want to do like everything again, I'm sure. We'll see. I don't know, I'll think about it. Gamer posture? Yeah, I'm eating right now. 2 controllers, I can't keep the food in my lap and eat. So I've got like full on like gamer, like broken back posture right now. I need to just stop and eat. There's not gonna be a time to like pause. Man. Let me get some food here. I guess I can play one at a time while I eat. 2. You don't want to see me eating. Some might. I still love that it takes longer to pull dudes out in this version than the original. But they pretend it's actually faster because of the wheel. It's so good. So we could buy some shit just so he has less stuff in the way. Just go straight to Don Pianta. He's sick. His daughter's not there. Now he's like, blah. Gotta fix up the boss. I like to imagine Don Pianta's last name is like actually Pianta. His daughter's Miss Pianta. Are the other guys Piantas or there's like Jonathan or you know some other fucking bullshit?
Oh yeah.
Two first names. Take a hike, bub. Playing with one hand. Controllers are both above each other and I'm just I'm like a loon right now. So which one's which? I should just finish eating. That's the strat. Real strat is to take this fucking work. We gotta go to Pedal Meadows. Turn from gamer posture. There's a lot of places to go back to and do shit. Oh yeah, I need to grab this bat. Shit. I might actually go back on this side too. Like the shortcut's nice, but I got shit to do on the way down, so. I'm gonna keep up some kind of parody. I should probably buy that flower saver. Pretty important badge. Spike shield is. Forget it sends you right back from. There's spots back in here for like the job. This is why I kind of wanted to wait till after. We finished up with whatchamacallit, XS Express, because then we'll have everything. And then I'll just kind of wrap everything up. I am going to grab this now, though, because I do want to upgrade the guys I know I'll use. But I'm not going to try to 100% the rogue port right now. I can wait. Yeah, it's much quicker now, I think. Which is good, because the delay on it kind of made it a pain in the ass. Like, coming out of it is almost instantaneous. I think it's a good change. Pretty rare you even do stuff like this with her, but it makes it a lot more usable. Actually, I might go back down the natural way. I'm pretty sure Goober Booper's area has some bullshit in it. Which way is Battlemine is? Naturally. No, we can take the shortcut. I have the shortcut on both. So. I just forget that the old shortcut's different. I think this is it. They don't even get upgraded here, they just add them. There's Goombas at the very beginning, but they never respawn. I don't remember if there's more. Maybe. Crazy how long you have to wait for the other warp. I don't know, I don't think so, because there's not many areas you ever return to like this. Not even for General White do they bother. Which is good, because you don't want that to take even longer. I think this is it. I mean, there's upgraded versions of other guys. The green ones, the dark ones. The pit has a bunch, but that's different. Really should have got the first strike badge. Too late now, I guess. I mean, we don't have to go through as much, I suppose. There's nothing to compare here, we just gotta do it on both. I try to get through it. I mean, you could still compare, I suppose, but... For fuck's sakes. Can run on this group. Said I'm still holding out on some cash, but I've been running from so many fights, there's not really... I don't know if I'm good enough. Oh yeah, comparing them back to everything else. I would say Hooktails is close-ish. I don't like the crazy lights. Petalburg, I think Petal Meadows is still the worst. And then Rogueport's pretty close behind it. I would say... I mean, and this is all saying that I think the reflective stuff's bad. I think the reflective stuff makes a lot of these just kind of like worse. But if we bar the reflective stuff... When's Animal Well again? I'm not for sure. I don't know if it'll be today. I don't know if I need a break. But it might be after I finish this game. It's gonna be a couple days. Unless I just really need a break, but I'll mention it for sure. I haven't started Animal Well yet, no. Gonna family share it before all that went kaput. I might start it soon though. I thought about starting it tonight, but I don't know if I want to have more than 2 games started at a time. We'll see. I'm just an Animal Well without a guide though. I mean, that'll be a good attempt. I mean, unless there's like super community shit. Kind of a different breed. But yeah, I would say that Creepy Steeple, I think, misses the point of some of the art design, but I do like some of the texture work. I don't like the trees though. Keelhole, I think making it more ghostly was fine. I mean, every one of the art styles is kind of hurt by the saturation and the I think the reflective stuff. But within those problems, I'd say Glitz Pit was maybe improved enough. Chapter 2's maybe improved enough. Ford's arguable. I'd say generally not, but it's close. The chapters, I'll be starting 6. Which is the Excess Express, the train one. But I'm doing some backtracking here to get upgrade. Keelhole, like I said, I think the island looks way worse, but the inside's not too bad. There's a few areas that are actually too dark and you can't actually tell very easily where the fuck the some of the star pieces are and shit. And overall, like I said, I don't think the paperization of everything I like, and I hate the glossiness. And generally, I feel like the overdone lighting is kind of ugly, but I think they have moments for sure. I don't think every chapter is bad. I'm glad they're at least not consistently bad. I get peaks with the beginning of the game for sure. With a few fucking stinkers here and there. I mean, the music is consistently fucking dog shit, for sure. But yeah, chapter 6 is the train. I guess Excess Express might not make sense. And then 7 is the moon. And isn't 8 just the finale? Or is General White's thing count as like a separate chapter? I just remember the big chunks of gameplay and that what chapter they generally are. You did 7 and never finished the game? Yeah, I mean, that's the final dungeon. After that, it should be. If you finish the moon, you just go to the 1,000-year door, then do the big finale dungeon. Just takes a good chunk. It's not a short piece, that's for sure. I mean, you're pretty much at the end. You're not digging Elden Ring? Elden Ring, middle of the pack for me on Souls, I'd say. I think it's like a really awesome game, but it's one that if you do everything, some of its problems start to rear up. As with most games that are that huge. But I like the superstructures, I like the freeform exploration, I like the secrets, I like some of its bosses. It has to fill up its giant world, and that's the problem. You might actually not have as many problems as I do. There's a lot of bosses reused in that game, like sort of from some other Soul stuff. Maybe not. You'll recognize the Asylum Demon though, since you played a bit of Dark Soul. I don't think it's too bad about reusing old bosses, but it does reuse a lot of bosses within itself. And obviously it reuses a lot of weapon movesets and stuff, which, like I said, I don't really have a problem with all that in it. I just think that by the very end, you get some of the weakest weakest stuff. And at that point, you've redone a shitload of crap. But I still like it a lot. I still think it's really good, but for me, it's Bloodborne, Sekiro, Dark Souls 1, 3... I would say Elden Ring's probably on par with 3 for me. And 1. It's around those. And then 2. And then fuck Demon Souls. My Yoshi's different because I mean I didn't perfectly sync, right? So the white Yoshi is 19 to 20 minutes after you get the egg, you hatch him. And then once it rolls over to past 20, it's green again. And then it restarts the cycle until 40 minutes. So I think I just barely was desynced enough to get overflow on the top one. Yeah, well, I mean, it is supposed to be more methodical and shit. Slower on that pace. I mean, the bosses build up to match that. And the kinds of attacks they have. Terrible game restart. That's it. Need a perfect sync. And I'll take the rare Yoshi. But yeah, I mean, Sekiro and Bloodborne are the fastest. Regardless, though. What is this? Yeah, it's tough playing Bloodborne. I wish I could help you on that, really. Playing fucking Sony. They have control over that game. I mean, it's a remix, sort of the actual Underground theme, isn't it? Like how you don't need to use Cortez anymore, like at all. You could just skip him now. That's almost kind of lame, but. No, wait. The upgrades. We'll get it later. Oh, they're just right here. Maybe they always were. I think they're looking for something, so we have to go deeper. Do you know if the way they have to play it on PC has latency issues? Oh, PS Now or Remote Play or whatever it's called. I used it once on console and it was pretty bad, but it might be better now. I'm not really well versed in it. Their streaming service, Sony's, you'd imagine it would be fine, but that's not the kind of game I'd want to have any latency issues. Is anybody here familiar with the Sony streaming game service? You can play shit on PC. It's one of those that you never hear talked about, like it's not even in contention. So I imagine it's not super great, but then again, you don't hear about the Xbox One and people like that, so you can play their shit on mobile and everything. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I wish I could answer. I'd send you my copy if you weren't eons away, but I guess you don't have a PS4 either. I'll lend you my PS4 if you weren't that across the world. I'm not using it. Yeah. I don't know. I've never used it. Right, yeah. It's not a whole lot of reasons. Like I said, the big draw for me is I use Gamefly, which is physical rentals. I mean, I prefer physical anyways, but I mean, I don't buy much shit full price. So. My little bacon burger. Got the 100 times, but without being able to advance the text. You crazy dame, and they changed it to you dizzy dame? What's wrong with crazy? Why is any mention of like crazy or lunacy like removed from this game? You dizzy dame. What is wrong with crazy? That seems like such a E for everyone thing to say. Oh my god, you have to wait for it. One at a time almost. Oh, they speed it up. His voice is changing. I just down pitched it. What do you say? Well, that's a good change. They changed out Yoshi saying Mario to Gonzalez. He should always call him Gonzalez. I thought he always did. They don't do text to hearts. Yeah, they don't do it with anything. It's there technically because you can insert one when you name Dupless, but I guess it's too crazy. They don't do text to hearts anymore. Nobody, like every chick character used it, but no, nobody does.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe it looked like tacky or something. I don't know, but I mean, I don't think so. I don't remember where their ring is. I think it was under the bridge. Maybe? It might have been near the statues. We'll check on the new version. I think it's near the statues. Unless they changed it. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're too crazy for 2024. They should have thrown some emojis in there. If they really wanted to be modern. Oh, they made this super. I'll do this side. So the shortcut is not here in the original. Which sucks. Because this bit blows to rerun through 1,000 times. I grab some coins back. I ran from so many fights. Super underleveled for one, but that's not a problem. We got good badges. Ooh. Yeah, this part sucks. I'm glad they put a shortcut here, but it still sucks. Because I gotta do it anyways. Gotta do it on the original. Everything's like just janky enough platforming wise. Shit. Yeah, I'm not sure why they got rid of text to hearts. Oh, it's just sitting back there in the original. Now they put it in a bush. They got rid of the punishment for running, which was never a big deal. But then also give you like infinite money in this new version. It's just like an extra not big deal even if it was there. My little cheese and cracker. Cortez is back and he's back in town because we never took him. I don't know if they meant the Rogueport dock or this dock. Whack a bump. It's powerful. They changed what he said. He used to say, "Don't hit me." Now he says, "Direct hit." We don't want Mario to look evil, dude. Even though he's beating the shit out of him, dude. Yeah, talk to Cortez. Oh, I love longer loading screens in a newer game. It's me fucking rock solid. And worst performance. Damn water. Does he have Wario emblem? I don't think I could afford it anyways. I think it's like 320 the old game. I don't have that kind of money anywhere. They don't have any exclamation over just two either. It's question mark exclamation point or just one question mark or one exclamation point. Maybe they thought it looked too goofy having multiple. Like the original would always do at least 3 for big shit. Like right there. yeah, that's where they need to really tone it down, man. We've seen this a few times. I'm just gonna skip through. I can focus more on the other side. I like Bobbery. I actually like using them quite a bit, but I don't feel like getting what up in your ears? Oh, the sound. But I don't want to get all the shine sprays right now. I'd rather just move on to the next zone. Get the last of the powers. And then come back and do the big sweep up. But yeah, Mouse I don't use at all though. Yeah, she'll be the last one to get anything. She's just there to round it all out. I only do Yoshi because I get caught with him a bunch because I use him for speed. Yeah, we can't have him burp. we can have this ear destruction on half the characters' voices or whatever. I could upgrade Zest to deal with her trouble, but I don't remember if she gives you anything other than just the ability to cook differently. Let's store some shit. Storing system's better now too. Which is nice. Yeah, I like that he's kind of laid down. They don't ever do that kind of shit with the paper in the original in the first place. That'd be weird if they did. He just kind of clips into it. They could have, but they're, yeah, probably not trying to go for that style too hard. So it's just consistent. Just leave them like this even if it looked odd. Well, they do it anyways. When Mario goes to bed, he does it. Even in the original. I guess they just wanted it to be more visually clear because you're looking at him from this camera angle instead of above like you do with Mario. Dunno. Or the new one changes the camera angle. Calls them crazy kids. Now I can't call them crazy. They're lovebirds. Beautiful. One, 2, 10. I'll take 10. So how many fucking party members we got? I think we know who the real boss is. Man. Miss Box. See this new animation with the fucking... The hearts would have been funny. Can't you just find Don Piazza in the parlor? He just hangs out there. Spill the beans. Okay, but one stop at the parlor first. He might not be here yet. Oh no, he's just sitting here. Oh. That's all he's got to say. I don't think I've ever bothered talking to him before, really. I just like know he's there. I probably heard it somewhere and... Time, bros. It could. How long is that game? you're doing all the things. So I just keep going hard on this. We might be able to finish it tomorrow. And then I've got just another 200-hour game I'm sitting on. At least 3 though. 20 hours. I mean, the people are here. The animal people are here. And Fast is asleep. I mean, these are people that think it's overrated, so a lot of people are too worried about it, but... Could take a break. I mean, I do kind of need a break on this one. I mean, it's like the best chapter, and it's going to be really easy to do duo. There's part of me that kind of wants to do it. And then we got the moon will be a pain. And then the Shadow Queen's area is going to be a pain to duo. I feel like the Shadow Queen area is going to be too bright as well. That one's really dark, but... There's really not any reason why I couldn't, huh? Especially if SMT5 is going to be on Game Pass. Yeah, fuck it, I guess. Does it use stick? Or do you have to use like a D-pad? So if there's a time, it'd be probably good to do it now. Okay, you can. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. If I need to get any other drinks or something, I will. Tomorrow we'll probably start up Poshley Heights, XS Express, and then maybe the Moon as well. Followed by Animal Well later that night probably. Depending on availability, of course. But I'm sure it'll be fine. And then we'll just keep doing that until this is over. And once this is over, we're going back to Unicorn Overlord, which has been great. I really like that one. I spend like 10 hours puzzling out menus and optimizing. Barely do anything real, but Pizza Tower is going to be one we're going to do soon. I'm not going to have a lot of other ones available unless I figure something else out on that front. The ones we were going to rush through before the new update. Some stuff happened where now I actually don't have a lot of that available, regardless of the update. So stuff like Signalis and Toho is going to have to wait until I can get me a cheapo copy or something else happens. So Gamefly picks them up. So Unicorn Menu Lord, yeah, it's really good though. So yeah. I'll be back in less than 10 minutes